Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the City Commission meeting. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on November 18, 2025, and the time is 5:01 p.m. Here in the City Commission chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Mayor, may I proceed with the roll call?
Yes, please.
Starting with Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas,
Present.
Commissioner Gustavo De Leon, Commissioner Norenth Galowski,
Here.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal, Commissioner Linda Macias, and Commissioner Brian Martinez.
Present.
We do have a quorum present to proceed. Next, we will have the invocation led by Alicia Justilian, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Good evening, Mayor Cowan, City Commission, constituents, and citizens of Brownsville. Please join us in prayer. Our Father in heaven, the maker of heaven and earth, we come before you to bless this meeting tonight. You are the one who proclaims in Isaiah 48:17, I am the Lord your God, who teaches you to profit, who leads you in the way you should go. We seek your direction, your wisdom, your insight tonight as discussions and decisions are made. Our Father, plant in us your seed of peace and fruitfulness for the benefit of our families and our community. We give you honor and rejoice in the land we live in. Bless all who are here and online. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Proclamations, the 10th Brownsville Music Legacy Awards. And for the record, we do have Commissioner Linda Macias present.
Okay. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the 10th year of Brownsville Music Legacy Awards. Whereas since its founding in 2015, the Brownsville Music Legacy Awards has honored dozens of Tejano, conjunto, and Latin artists, amplifying their careers by acknowledging their cultural contributions. Recipients like Checo Tavares of Signo and Jesse Gomez of Los Chachos have noted that the award not only validated decades of work, but also revitalized public and industry awareness of their artistic legacies, resulting in expanded bookings and renewed media interest in their music. And whereas the awards program has emphasized uplifting community engagement through music, honorees such as Maria Elena Villarreal, celebrated at the 10th BMLA in 2025, has extended her recognition beyond the stage into mentoring roles, helping students raise funds for instruments, supporting youth initiatives, and preserving regional heritage. Many awardees also participate in school outreach and heritage preservation efforts in Brownsville and the Rio Grande Valley. And whereas the BMLA's mission of honoring legacy and community has also nurtured intergenerational connections across the Tejano scene. For instance, younger musicians inspired by honorees often cite these awards as milestones, connecting them to Brownsville's musical past, similar to how figures like Freddie Fender and Chris Christopherson, though predating the award, symbolize the city's global musical influence. And whereas over its 10-year span, the awards have evolved into one of the most important regional platforms for celebrating South Texas cultural and musical heritage. The ceremony itself has become a high-profile annual event drawing artists, city leaders, and fans, reinforcing Brownsville's image as a cultural hub. Recipients frequently mention that the recognition opens opportunities for collaborations and fosters deeper appreciation of local art across Texas and northern Mexico. And whereas the Brownsville Musical Legacy Awards have become a cornerstone of cultural continuity and artist empowerment, strengthening South Texas musical identity while inspiring new generations of musicians and community leaders. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize and celebrate the 10th year of Brownsville Music Legacy Awards done on this, the 18th day of November, 2025.
And Commissioner Tino Villarreal is present for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to receive this proclamation. As third-generation musicians, today we stand here representing the entire Brownsville music community. Brownsville Music Legacy Awards was founded over 10 years ago. It was founded by my father and my mother with no interest at all other than to help support the music community. For 10 years, we have recognized personalities, and this proclamation is just not for our community organization. This is for all the volunteers, and this is for everybody who helps make this show what it is. And we're going to commit to continuing working hard and making Brownsville shine even brighter than ever. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also want to thank everybody involved. Just one more person, Ms. Hilda Ledesma. She's here present. Thank you, Ms. Hilda Ledesma, for believing in this vision. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
Easy, and if you want to let people know that it'll be next Tuesday, where at, and if they can get tickets.
Yes, the event is going to be held at the Jacob Brown Auditorium on November 25th, this Tuesday, from 6 to 12 a.m. It is going to be a wonderful event full of all kinds of music, rock, banda, tejano, country, you name it. And everybody's invited.
Next, we have the National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness and Family Caregivers Month. We do have the recipient here present and also virtually as well.
Today, I have the great honor of reading a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness and Family Caregivers Month. Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments. And whereas an estimated 7 million people in the United States are living with Alzheimer's, including 459,300 in Texas. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States and the 5th leading cause among the elderly. And whereas according to the Alzheimer's Association's Facts and Figures report, the direct cost of caring for those with Alzheimer's to American society is valued at $384 billion. And more than 12 million caregivers provide 19 billion hours of unpaid care to those with Alzheimer's or other dementia. And in Texas, nearly 1.1 million family members and friends cared for people with Alzheimer's and other dementia, providing 1.9 billion hours of unpaid care, with the annual value of this caregiving totaling $33.1 billion. And whereas in recognition of the individuals, families, friends, and caregivers dealing with Alzheimer's disease, and the researchers who are seeking a cause or cure, and whereas the City of Bronzeville recognizes the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's and other dementia, thereby improving the quality of human life for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Bronzeville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby proclaim and recognize November 2025 as National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness and Family Caregivers Month, and urge all residents to continue to provide and enhance care to individuals living with Alzheimer's and other dementia, and to support programs to help all those affected by Alzheimer's and other dementia, done on this, the 18th day of November 2025.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for this proclamation. Christy and I are part of the committee. We've been in the committee for Alzheimer's for about 10 years. I personally walk for my grandma. I lost her due to Alzheimer's. And we're very happy that we have this support from you guys so we can bring awareness to our city. Thank you.
We will, I believe there's a virtual attendee that would like to add comments to this proclamation. Maxine? Please bear with us. We're having some technical issues. Okay, there it goes. Maxine, can you hear us? Oh, I think it's your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I am so sorry. Thanks for supporting the proclamation this afternoon. Like Jessica and Chrissy, thank you for representing the Alzheimer's Association today. As we enter the era of treatment, there's more awareness coming down the pipeline so that we can definitely provide the correct information to not only the constituents in Brownsville, but throughout the whole South Texas area for them to benefit from these treatments. I've shared with Councilwoman Galansky, as well as Victoria, the information that outlines all the treatments that are available right now, as well as blood tests, for example, that can 97.7% effectively diagnose someone who will not get Alzheimer's disease, and the one blood test that was approved in the summer that would more accurately detect, especially those individuals that have a gene component or risk factor for getting Alzheimer's disease. As we progress with the disease, we cannot say thank you enough for the support and for today. And I just want to make it short, so I don't want to keep everybody, but thank you for your support in the community.
Thank you. Now we'll enter to the public comment period. Section 2-26, under the meetings and agendas, under 1 states that that conversations between or amongst the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. that attendees should refrain from the conversations while the commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission's proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Including in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to in regards to the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, that exhibits and displays and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only the city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to an individual commission members. Mayor, before you, we have received 13 that have been pre-registered for this public portion, in which 12 wish to speak. So the body may suspend the rules to allow all of the registered public comments. So just a portion of the rules may be suspended to allow the members.
Sure. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mayor, I'll move to suspend the rules as to number of speakers allowed.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The first speaker is Areli Duran.
Thank you for taking the time to listen. My name is Areli Duron, and I'm representing my neighborhood Villa Los Pinos to speak about direct lighting. I want to talk about changing every other lighting pole in my neighborhood to direct lighting. It's certainly a pretty ambitious concept, even if it's not every light, but it can really make a big difference in providing better visibility, safety, and less light pollution. While walking around my neighborhood a couple weeks ago, I found that the streetlights are spaced too far apart, creating uneven and inconsistent lighting. This creates dark patches that can feel unsafe or difficult to navigate at night, especially when walking. This can be solved by changing the existing lights or replacing where the light is directed. I want to talk first about safety and visibility because it's what most people care about in lighting. Direct lighting focuses the light exactly where it's needed, on sidewalks, crosswalks, and roads. Instead of going in every direction, dark sky quotes, such lighting is used to highlight a small area. Here, the rays of light fall in a downward direction, creating a hotspot at the center. That means that there will be fewer dark spots where accidents or suspicious activity can happen. By alternating poles with direct lighting, we can create an even pattern of illumination that helps pedestrians feel safer and drivers see more clearly without overlighting any areas. The fact that few residents say the streets feel well lit suggests there is room for improvement in lighting coverage or quality. Second, energy efficiency. Streetlights are one of the biggest energy consumers in the world. By converting every other pole to direct lighting, we can reduce wasted light, meaning lower energy bills and less strain on the environment. In a Valley Central article, Cameron County Commissioner Alex Dominguez said, I think some residents have been dealing with no lights for over 30 years. This can be solved by adding lighting in a cost-efficient way. Studies show that well-designed direct lighting can cut energy use by up to 30% without sacrificing brightness or coverage. That's money saved that can go back into our parks, roads, local programs, or more lighting fixtures. I encourage the council to begin with the targeted test run of direct lighting in one neighborhood first, then assess its effectiveness to explore expanding in more areas. Thank you.
The next speaker, Carla Amona Hernandez.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carla, a UTRGV student that has been walking every day to school for the past 2 years and will need to continue to do so for the next 2. I want to address a common issue that affects many residents in Brownsville, the lack of safe and continuous sidewalks. Pedestrians often find themselves struggling to reach their destinations only to discover that sidewalks suddenly end, forcing them to walk unsafe on streets. Crosswalks are also scarce, making basic mobility a challenge. Brownsville has become a car-oriented city, as the Kiner Institute for Urban Research notes. Starting quote, the start of cities' development increased car ownership, making it car-oriented, ending quote. This car-centric planning prioritizes parking and road expansion over pedestrian infrastructure and public transit, leaving those without cars like myself at a disadvantage. I appreciate efforts like funding for sidewalk gap projects, like the one from 2025, where it was allocated to fill sidewalks gaps, including areas like the Sunrise Mall. This is a great start, but might not be always enough. My call to action might be I urge the city to continue and expand sidewalk and crosswalk projects. Even in crosswalks and lighting require, even if they require higher costs. To make this realistic, I propose one, frequent fundraising campaigns in partnership with local businesses and community organizations, grant applications for state and federal programs, focus on pedestrian safety and sustainable transportation, volunteer and charity initiatives to assist with smaller scale improvements like painting crosswalks or installing signals, and public awareness campaigns to encourage walking and biking, creating community support for these investments. Brownsville has the opportunity to become a more inclusive, sustainable city that values walking and biking as a real transportation option. Improving pedestrian infrastructure will not only enhance safety, but also promote health and environmental sustainability.
Michelle Dominguez Amaya.
Hello, City Commissioner. Today, as previously said, my name is Michelle Dominguez, and today I come to speak about the historic Battlefield Bike Trail, since it's one of the few places around Brownsville that connect the city without the need for cars. It is one of the few outdoor third spaces that also connect useful services like the bus station. And as a student, I personally use this trail to reach the bus station. And like me, many individuals use this path to exercise or reach other destinations. More importantly, due to its closeness to a body of water and a school, Idea Brownsville, there is a high density of children along with elders who often use this trail throughout the day. This leads me to the issue I would like to speak on today. As a paved 10-mile path, some of its longer isolated stretches have no shade or place to sit down. That means that people have no way to ensure their own well-being in these spaces. Due to Brownsville's hot and humid weather, walking through can become a health problem because there is no shade to cool down, no benches to recover, and there is no water fountains to avoid dehydration. As an area often visited by the community that surrounds it, I want the city to help grow natural shade at the sides of the trail to provide a buffer against the extreme heat. I hope we can plant trees for the shade and its long-term benefits for our environment. Planting other types of native vegetation can also fight against the heat caused by other global issues, but we can start in our own communities. However, since trees require time, accessible benches with shade along the path can be installed for a more immediate approach. Due to the codes of regulation involving public benches in public, that could be discussed more in depth moving forward. Through the support of the city of Brownsville, the community can come together through organizations like UTRGV, the Arbor Day Foundation, the Brownsville Beautification Committee, and other forms of community support to help Brownsville grow more natural shade and more of its native vegetation that can make a change that will help everybody. I hope Brownsville can grow closer as a community and everyone can now cross the path in a safe, less physically exhausting way. Thank you.
Yolanda Spees.
Members of the commission, I'm sure I don't have to introduce myself again because I've been coming here for the past 3 years. I think you know my name and you already know who I am. Today, I come to express what I think a lot of people in Brownsville, a lot of people in the community feels. We've expressed multiple concerns that have yet to be addressed. And I'm not here to point out each and every concern and how the commission seems indifferent, but it sure does feel that way. I'm not exactly sure how many others share the same sentiment, but word on the street is I'm not alone. And today, I'm the one expressing my concerns. However, soon enough, I hope more voices begin to stand up for what we believe in. These, of course, are my views today, but I'm certain I'm not alone on this. We all want a better Brownsville, and that also means we need better representation. And this also includes each and every single one of you. We live in the age of social media, and any of your actions could have consequences. So turning a blind eye on the issues that we have expressed is no longer a shield you can use. The internet doesn't forget those that stood on the right side of history. What side are you on? Now, I still have a minute and a half here, and I would like to exercise my First Amendment right. I will use my remaining time for a moment of silence. Do what you want with it. Thank you.
Lindsay Lucena.
Hello, Council and Brownsville residents. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Lucena, and I am a proud resident in Brownsville, Texas. I have been born and raised in Brownsville, and the main reason why I joined my fellow community members is to speak out on the issue of sidewalks. Due to this fact, I know that it's important that we need to spread awareness and get the conversation rolling. In my day-to-day life and many others, I face one issue when it comes to the ability to avoid what would be pavement, sidewalks, how accessible they are, and where exactly they're located. One day-to-day challenge that not only myself, but other members are facing in our lovely hometown, Brownsville, is sidewalks, how to maneuver them and how to go around certain ways to avoid the lack of safetiness. These ways are not paved. Having to reroute waves to get to your destination is really time consuming and can be prevented by simply fixing the infrastructure. There have been many instances where cars have passed me by when I walk to UTRGV and have almost been hit by incoming traffic. I look around and see no signs in place indicating for pedestrians crossings, simply grass and road, no in between. This almost happened to me twice, and these things are preventable. I ask for the support of the city of Brownsville to look into this issue. I know that these have been in ongoing conversations that have been talked about. Fundraising for sidewalk gaps projects with over 500,000 has been put into our lovely city of Brownsville, however, to the main areas such as Ruben M. This is amazing. However, I feel like we are neglecting areas such as Southmost and Morningside. These areas are right next to UTRGV, which myself and many other students walk day to day. Citizens have to deal with walking in between traffic and having to reroute themselves, and this is a safety issue. As my fellow community members have stated their concerns and calls to actions, I urge you once again to work on the infrastructure, not only all around Brownsville, but also to look into low-income neighborhoods such as Southmost and Morningside. I ask to grant applications to federal programs and fund sustainable ways of transportation so we can move forward. Fundraising campaigns and making partnerships with local businesses to make a difference in our community. I would definitely see the benefit of being able to walk on the sidewalk more easily, and this will prevent me from taking detours. Brownsville has an opportunity to become a greater city, and improvements will be much appreciated and really effective. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Brian Morales.
Hello and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Brian Morales and I live in Villa Los Pinos near the sports park. I'm here today to bring up an issue that me and many other of my neighbors in my neighborhood have had with a particular part of the main road, Arroyo Boulevard. Down the main road, there's a section where construction was done a couple of months ago, I believe during the summer. For some time now, instead of properly being repaired and paved back to normal, it has been filled back up with dirt repeatedly. The issue that I and many other of my neighbors are having is that the dirt is being kicked up easily when cars drive over it. It is especially bad on windy days and the afternoon when parents go to pick up their kids from school down the road. With those cars driving past and kicking up dirt and dust, it's covering up that section in dirt and dust, which is starting to look very unclean, messy, and unpleasant. Another issue with the dirt is that potholes are easily created with passing cars, water, and especially wind. With the potholes in the center of the lane, it's not safe for pedestrians to walk there. On one side, there is no sidewalk, and on the other side, it's blocked with construction work, forcing pedestrians to walk on the shoulders of the road. And before, that's never been an issue with that section, just until recently, when cars are now using the shoulders to try to drive around the holes in the dirt. This has recently put me and others at risk of being hurt or even worse. I know that this takes time and money, but I just wanted to bring up this issue in case nobody else has already. Please, if you can just take the time to look into this and find a more permanent, better solution to the road problem. Thank you.
Martha E. Villarreal.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta E. Villarreal. Estoy aquí. Gracias por escucharme primeramente. Estoy aquí acerca de un desacuerdo que tengo yo con la ciudad, porque quieren poner unos botes que quieren que sea mandatorio de reciclaje, algo que yo no necesito. Yo ahorita en esta situación, yo vivo de mi pensión, es poca, y yo no tengo tanto dinero para estar pagando. La razón también que digo, que nosotros no nos damos cuenta de los cambios o de los acuerdos que hacen, porque dicen que los hacen los comisionados. Yo hablé, pregunté, me dicen los hacen los comisionados. Yo no sabía que existía una junta de estas porque no sé, dice que lo ponen en social media. Yo tengo 66 años y yo le puedo decir que yo a este caso muy apenas entiendo y no tengo ni Facebook, que dicen que ahí los ponen. Entonces, yo no necesito tener un bote porque yo vivo sola. Yo a veces una semana saco la basura, otra no tengo que sacar porque no es tanta. No tengo que reciclar. Si tengo algo que reciclar, yo lo llevaba a la ciudad. Ahora ya está coludido con la ciudad el Red Fish, que esa es una empresa privada. Mi pregunta es, ¿por qué se alían con alguien privado y nos quieren cobrar y aparte nosotros les vamos a dar para que vendan y ese dinero es para las dependencias? No sé si hay algún interés personal o no sé por qué hacen unas juntas así o de dónde aceptan poner una orden y que sea, porque si vamos a tomar votos por los que estamos aquí, pues son muy poquitos y en mayoría yo creo que trabajan también en la ciudad. Entonces, no creo que sea justo que si yo tengo 66 años y todavía más o menos entiendo y puedo atreverme a venir aquí a hablar, hay personas mucho mayor que yo, ancianos, que no tienen, yo creo que ni teléfono, y van a obligarlos a que paguen eso. Yo creo que no es justo. Espero que ustedes, cuando nosotros votamos por alguien que nos ayude, no que nos hunda. Y así como mandan a la gente a casa por casa a pedir votos, ojalá que manden cuando quieran hacer un cambio y decir, mira, ¿estás de acuerdo esto? Explicar, ¿estás de acuerdo con esto? Porque eso es algo que quieren hacer para mejoras o no. Porque cuando votamos, yo voto y yo voto por alguien que me va a apoyar y que me va a ayudar, no alguien que me vaya a hundir y quitar lo poco que tengo para vivir. Gracias.
Juan Ulloa.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and fellow community members. My name is Juan Ulloa, and I'm here as a concerned resident and someone who deeply cares about fair, reliable, and safe infrastructure. I'm speaking on behalf of the South Coast community, a neighborhood that's often overlooked when it comes to road maintenance and traffic safety. Tonight, I'm asking for road markings, better road markings, clearer speed limit signage, and stronger police presence along Southmost Boulevards. As an employee of the HEB on Southmost for the past 2 years, I've seen these issues every single day. The lane lines are so faded that drivers regularly drift between lanes, especially at night or during rain. Many crosswalks are missing or barely visible, which makes it dangerous for families, school children, and elders who walk to the store, the clinic, or nearby bus stops. Some speed limit signage are placed too far off the road or blocked by branches, and others are missing altogether, which leads to constant speeding and unsafe passing. These are not minor concerns. These are real safety hazards. Southmost Boulevard is a major corridor for school buses, delivery trucks, emergency vehicles, and hundreds of daily commuters. It connects homes, schools, churches, small businesses, and essential services. If we want to reduce accidents, protect pedestrians, and improve overall traffic flow, we need to begin with the basics: repainting lane dividers and crosswalks, installing consistent and visible speed limit signs, and increasing the patrols to help enforce traffic laws. Southmost is full of hardworking families who deserve safe and well-maintained streets, just like any other part of the city. These improvements are not expensive, but they're not complicated. But they would make a real and immediate difference. They would show that our city values every neighborhood equally and recognizes the importance of investing in long neglected areas. Because the truth is, Southmost is Bronzeville, and Bronzeville is Southmost. When we invest in Southmost, we invest in the whole city. Thank you for your time.
Next, Angelica Severa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to stand here today and deliver this comment to express some worries I have about our community sidewalks or environment that are potential hazards. I am a Brownsville citizen and have lived in the same neighborhood for my whole life. This neighborhood is located on the famous Southmost Road towards Morningside Park, more specifically Villa Bonita. This small neighborhood is amazing, in all honesty. I love my neighbors, the greenery that surrounds us, how clean our streets are. However, there's a small issue with wanting to take walks and appreciate this beautiful scenery in the neighborhood. The sidewalks are not the safest. Unfortunately, over the time, there has been some damage caused to the sidewalks that have begun to lift and crack due to what I can only assume is from the heat of our climate and pressure forming within the concrete. I myself have been on several walks around the neighborhood due to having dogs and take them out at least 3 times a day. A while ago, I had an incident with one of these lifted sidewalks. It was getting dark, and with one of the light posts is faulty around my street, I did take a fall. Upon taking this walk, the light did go out, and I happened to be crossing one of these lifted sidewalks, and that's when I took the fall. Now, fortunately, I was not badly injured. However, we do have elderly citizens residing in this neighborhood who would go on some strolls as well, and I would hate to see them suffer any serious damage. I think this neighborhood is great, but if we could possibly see about fixing up the faulty light posts and the Donny Drive Street or these lifted sidewalks along the neighborhood, it would be greatly appreciated by not only me, but the community of our neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Diablo Velez?
My name is Diablo Velez. I am a homeless, and police took me to jail for asking for money. Look, pay attention, please. According to tablets, if you know what they are, a race of extraterrestrials came to the earth to mine gold. However, the job was so hard that they create humans from monkeys, from hominids. We call these aliens God. According to the Bible prophecy, when the drying of the river Euphrates, if you know the river, God is going to release 3 angels that is going to exterminate 1/3 of the human population, because humans are not good. However, the extraterrestrials, God, they have a new pact of salvation through Jesus Christ, so we can live forever and not being exterminated. But there is a demand for that. First is believe in God, love God. And the second one is helping the poor and helping the hungry. I wrote and I sent a letter to the Mayor Cohen on these matters. And I propose 2 things. First, not to enforce the city ordinance that prohibit that the poor and the hungry get help from the public. And the second one is to draw a line where the poor, the hungry, the homeless be free and be safe, that the police is not gonna come and because you are poor and hungry, they're gonna throw you in jail. It is a win-win situation. The city protect the public and control the no good, the garbage, the pieces of shit. It is a matter of control, safety, and after all, a good public policy. Thank you.
Youth Advisory Board members.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone else here tonight. My name is Miranda Ursua, and I'm here representing the Youth Advisory Board as the Vice Chair and the representative for medical professions.
Hello, my name is Paulina Malderejo. I am from Hannah Early College High School, and I am representing the Youth Advisory Board as well, and I'm happy to be alongside here with Miranda.
Okay, first of all, thank you guys for giving us a few minutes to give you a quick update on what the Youth Advisory Board has been up to this month. So recently, we had the opportunity to give a presentation from Brownsville's Greater Brownsville Incentive Corporation, also known as GBIC. And there we got to learn how they strengthened Brownsville's economic growth and how that can give back to the youth.
We have also scheduled our December 20th meeting where we will be happy to be joined by elected officials, BCIC, and the Brownsville Chamber of Commerce. We think it's going to be a great space for our members to learn directly from our community leaders and to continue growing our knowledge on how the city processes work.
And looking ahead, we also plan for a meeting. Our next meeting next year in January will be at Brownsville's Animal Regulation Center, BARC, and there we'll be able to help out the animals of Brownsville.
We have also received important update that the One City Youth Scholarship Portal is officially open, which means that students can now begin applying. As part of our fundraising, we're also preparing for the One City Scholarship Golf Tournament, which is scheduled for January 31st, 2026.
The golf tournament is majority, like that is what is sponsoring the entirety of the scholarship. So we invite the city of Brownsville to join this event so we can keep funding for the youth of Brownsville. So everyone that is under the age of 18 or isn't older than that yet can apply for this great scholarship, and there we can represent them and fund them so they can later on move on and represent Brownsville outside.
So as youth leaders, these projects mean a lot to us. Not only do they help grow our community, but they connect the youth with the city, and it builds overall stronger connection.
So once again, thank you guys in the city of Brownsville for giving us the opportunity to give back to the youth. Thank you.
Next, we have the presentation. Item 1 is a presentation of VPUB/SRWA on ensuring a sustainable water supply.
Howdy, y'all. I am Joseph Holman, and I am a PUB board member and, there we go, SRWA president. Here to talk to you about the sustainable water supply. So first of all, I know y'all are aware of this, but for everybody else in the community, PUB is the community, the Brownsville's public utility. It has received it has been recognized 4 different times for an American Public Power Association award that recognizes safety, reliability, workforce development, and system improvement, which is very important because, again, this is our system. We operate in both electric, water, and wastewater. And with all our operations, we're able to generate general fund transfers to the city of over $11 million this last year. Our board of directors is appointed by every one of y'all. And in fact, we have 2 of them here. We have Martin Sarkis and Alex Nahara. There he is. And did I miss one? Oh, sorry, Gerardo. The problem with appointing these guys is they're so good looking, the city's going to start to wonder. But all great people. So just a quick background, our customer base, we have 53,000 electric customers. We also have a water system, which is pretty important, and our wastewater system. Notice that the customer base grows as you go from electric to wastewater, as well as the served area, which is pretty important. But I'm here to focus on water. And so, you know, most of our groundwater right now, roughly 71%, comes from, or most of our water, sorry, comes from the Rio Grande. We also collect about 29% from our groundwater, so that's our SRWA plant. That's what we're talking about. And so this is important because right now we are in a drought situation. You know, I look at the water level almost every day. I have for the Rio Grande, I might have to add the other river just to figure out when the end of days is coming. But focused on this, we are roughly around 26%. We're at the lower stage as of today. 26% water capacity. And extremely low. We're doing better than we have in the past couple years, but in general, this is a concerning level. And we're right at the stage 2 guideline. And so just so you guys know, we are in stage 2. The big trigger that we're using for this, of all the triggers that are listed here, is really that reservoirs are at about 25% capacity right now. So why does this matter? Well, we're looking at next steps for our water supply. And one of the things we need to talk about is how much water we're using per capita and how that's trended. And so, this graph basically shows we've grown about, on average, about 5 gallons per capita of usage per day. So it hasn't been a significant trend upward over the last 10 years. But based off these projections, we don't expect to hit our maximum capacity of our current system until 2045. And really means we don't have to worry about submitting a plan to CCEQ. That's the big trigger in 2038. These are projections, but that's what we're looking at right now. We're not water constrained, is another way of saying this. But moving on to SRWA and specifically this groundwater plant that it manages. So we were created in 1981. Didn't really do much until the early 2000s when we were in that significantly horrible drought that was historic until we beat it with this one. We went through, we built the desalination plant that we currently have. One interesting fact is SRWA, the president, is a BPUB board member. And in fact, I am the only citizen of Brownsville on the SRWA board. Our SRWA membership, though, is spread throughout the southern tip of Texas, and including Gabriela Fernandez, who is a city commissioner for Los Fresnos. There we go. Who is also pretty awesome city commissioner. She's on the board and also a small business owner. So this is not a Brownsville only plant. It belongs to the southern tip of Texas. This plant takes brackish water, brackish groundwater, and desalinates it, basically sends it through reverse osmosis to make it drinkable. Our current production is about 7.5 million gallons of water per day. We are supposed to be up at 10 million gallons per day. We are currently optimizing the system, and some of this is discussed below, to hit that 10 million gallon per day output. We're doing things, reconstruction of 20 wells. We've been reworking those. We're going to build 2 new wells to increase our capacity. We need to upgrade and increase the microfiltration system, the reverse osmosis system, our electrical and control systems, as well as, and this is something I've been kind of intimately involved with, is improve our chemical dosing and storage systems for this plant so that we can generate that 10 million gallons per day. And just as a note, this is about a $42 million project that we are currently undergoing now. Little bit about the groundwater. I know there have been a lot of reports about reservoirs running dry in the rest of the United States. We aren't worried about that here. We have plenty of groundwater. We have 20 of these brackish groundwater wells that are providing water for the plant. This is much better than using salt water, which is what they were trying to do in places like Corpus Christi. There are a few people who are running around proposing saltwater desalination plants. And the reason is because that water is 10 times saltier than what we currently get. And that is extremely energy intensive to desalinate. You don't have control. With our wells, we can predict what the concentration of salt and minerals will be a year out, 2 years out. Whereas with salt water, it's ocean water, it's going to change minute by minute, hour by hour, which is just an interesting point. So we do have one problem. We have natural occurring metals that we have to take care of, and we have different ways of handling that so that they're pulled out of the water and not in the water supply. The really great thing about this is the water we produce is about a third as salty as the water in the ocean, which means that we can release this water into, well, basically a ditch behind the plant that then flows into, what's the name of the lake? San Martin Lake, sorry, brain fart. And this is actually very advantageous because it reduces the salinity there and makes it so that wildlife can inhabit the lake, specifically things like shrimp and krill. So, okay, on to the plant. I get asked this question a lot, actually have been asked this question a lot by members of the commission as well as city residents. So we do want to expand the plant. We want to double its output. However, we're currently at the PUB level and at the SRWA level, prioritizing projects that minimize costs to the ratepayers. So we are spending a lot of effort going out and looking for federal funding, funding from Texas. You guys have just heard about Texas Senate Bill 7. We are trying to get funds that don't encumber the citizens of Brownsville or the southern tip of Texas with extra debt. So the expansion project, that doubling the output to 20 megagallons per day, will cost around $181 million to do. That would involve the construction of 20 new water wells, the transmission lines to get that water to the plant. We got to basically we got to double the plant, as well as some electrical improvements. So with that included with the desalinization, the optimization of the desalinization plant, will run about $223 million. We don't want our ratepayers to foot that bill. So that's what we're looking for, is extra funding. However, that puts us kind of on a slower roll. This is not you will see this plant develop next year. This is, we're looking for funding. We're trying to find money to reduce that impact, which is kind of why I'm bringing it to y'all. So you guys are aware of this, and if you have different marching orders, please let us know. Now, we have other projects that we are approaching. And in fact, we'll just hit some of this, and then the next slide will make some of it a bit more clear. We're modernizing our infrastructure. Basically, right now we have 2 river pumps that are, I think, half a century or so old. So we're going to replace those. That's $36 million investment. We are bringing something called advanced metering infrastructure online. I don't know if it's happened at your house, hasn't happened at mine yet, but you can see it all downtown. And this will allow us to predict, identify, and locate leaks as they happen. And in fact, we have a couple case studies where we've already accomplished that. And we're continuing to advocate for our water allocation under the 1944 treaty, where we have and we continue to secure water rights for, to ensure our place in line for water that is available. But we are also looking at the indirect potable reuse pilot project. And so the idea is to reuse water that's already been treated, have it come through actually Resaca de la Guerra, back to our water treatment plant right by PUB, the water treatment number 2, and have it treated back to potable standards so that we can save something like, I think the number is 8 million, yep, there we go, 8 million gallons of water per day, which has a total project cost, estimated cost of $35 million. We already have funding sources available for that. And if you remember, if we doubled the plant, that gets us another 10 million gallons of water per day at a cost of 181 million. So we feel like this is a much more economically responsible approach for our ratepayers. Just to give you guys an update of something else we are doing to, again, help work on the water resiliency. We have started construction of the Banco Morales Reservoir Surplus Water Impoundment Project. You know, long story short, it's going to be, and I think the number is 400 million gallons of storage. So we can sit there, store excess capacity that we can call upon when necessary. The great thing about this particular project is, as we are digging out this dirt, we are then transferring it to GBIC so that they can use it to fill in low spots on their property, you know, for the industrial park expansion that they're currently undertaking. And that's kind of the basic overall. I think I said hi to everybody who showed up from the boards. And then, so if you have any questions, please let me know. If you want to yell at me later, please feel free.
Great presentation. I appreciate all the details. Any questions or comments from the commission?
I do, but I think I might be better off asking you one-on-one. First, you presented like expanding the capacity at SRWA, and I think it doubled what is currently being produced. But at the same time, prior to that, you said that you have enough water to last you until 2030 something, right?
Well, okay, so right. I guess the key point of this, and maybe that was lost, is water to supply our expansion, assuming that we have the water available. So the water rights that we have secured, you know, the water that we have a right to, if it exists in the river, we have that ability to support the city's growth until roughly 2045. Now, that's if the water is in the river. So the other thing we're talking about is kind of the resiliency aspect. So we do want to double the output of the plant to minimize our dependence on that river water in case, yeah, we run into a situation where the Tigris runs dry, and then so does the Rio Grande. It was the Tigris, I couldn't remember. Always important to pay attention to prophecies. So, right, if that water runs dry, we'll still have the capacity of SRWA. Of course, and on top of that, the reuse project.
Okay, and then how much water would you get from the using the effluent? I think that's what.
That was that 8 million gallons per day.
Which is more or less how much is the demand right now per day or per month?
Oh, great question. So we can kind of estimate that. So SRWA puts out about 7.5 million gallons of water per day. That's roughly 30% of our water demand. So if we have then the effluent, which is roughly about the same number, we would assume about 60%.
So let me just see if the presentation is just to discuss like the different water sources, projects that PUB is focusing on to ensure that we continue to have water for the people and for the future, right?
Yes.
And okay. Then
No, well, this is an informational presentation. Yeah, if you guys have any comments you want me to take back to either board, I will. But yeah.
No, my only thing was like when you see the big price tag of the 200+ million and you're saying that, well, we don't really need it until the future. Is there, and I'm sure you're considering it, if you build it now, it'll be cheaper now, but then will it be out of it'll be outdated by the time you do need it, or, you know, like, and deterioration, right?
Well, I mean, yes, so, okay, this is actually a very valid question. Yeah, we have learned a lot of lessons about operating a desalinization plant over the last 20 years. We've learned how to optimize or minimize the deterioration that you're discussing. So yes, if we wait, it'll be more expensive. That's just, yeah, inflation. We may be headed for a higher period of it soon. The original plant, and I don't think I have the number, I'm gonna get into trouble if I tell you actual numbers, but it was in the something $20 to $30 million range. We want to basically create a twin of that plant, and we're now at 181 million. So yes, if we wait, the cost will go up. The goal is to, through our various lobbying efforts and various grant submission efforts, is to minimize how much of that cost is paid for by the ratepayers.
Great, and that's a good objective. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments and questions. First and foremost, thank you so much for the presentation. Very well done. And the fact that PUB is looking at not affecting the ratepayers and the growth and expansion, I think that's phenomenal. However long that may take. Have you guys considered, like, if you do create the twin plant, if there is that opportunity for the future, let's say that we need it or we already have enough water supply? I do know that PUB still has those easements that run across. Have you all considered using that as potentially being a water supply for rural cities that might need water as well?
Absolutely. I mean, we currently are, supplying, I mean, I wouldn't call Los Fresnos rural, especially with the city commissioner standing right behind me. But, the town of Indian Lakes, Valley Mud number 9, I'm going to get that wrong. So we do currently supply water to rural cities.
Sure.
And as we expand, so as we go from 10 megagallons to 20 megagallons, one of the efforts we will undertake, we are kind of undertaking, is we are reaching out to various partners, people who have expressed interest in SRWA, or people who are members but don't own any of the current plant, to people being cities, to see what their interests might be.
Sure, I was just talking more about the consideration of the easement. Does that still exist, all those easements that were purchased by
Yes,
PUB?
yes.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. And also, thank you, very creative way to create a reservoir and to use the dirt to fill that GBIC tech district.
I mean, it's the one Brownsville motto, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Great presentation. Thank you for coming. I got a question. How many grants has PUB gotten in the last couple of years? Or how, so it doesn't cost the ratepayers and the increase of water to be able to build this? Or have you gotten any grants in the past years?
Yes, I'd be lying if I told you exact numbers. Marilyn and Mark are here. They might be able to give, signal a number or something. But, we do have, let me have a couple grants funds mentioned here. There we go. But I'll let Marilyn say it before I get in trouble.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, and excellent question. How many grants have we received? We've had numerous press releases throughout the past 2 years of the various things that had. One of them that we had is a $40 million award through WARDA. What does that mean? The Water Development Act, it has to go, and that's federal funding that's coming down into our organization. We submit annually for what projects we want, and all of that is for water infrastructure needs, water and wastewater needs. That's one. The other one we received is also a grant from the Water Smart, and is for the AMI meters. Those are $5 million, and that is a project already underway, and we've already submitting for refunding of that grant money that's there. The other two that are mentioned right now, it went through board approval and for Proposition 4, and we receive a portion of that allocation. And the presentation talks about the Banco Morales, which is the money that was allocated of the 34 million, and the indirect portable reuse. So we received that money as well. In addition to that, we have other projects that we've received, and I can come back and give a more detailed presentation of all the grant submittals, what we've been awarded, what we've been denied, and where it is. But that's the most recent on the top of my head, the amount of grants that we've received.
Thank you. No, and the reason why I ask is because I just want the citizens that are watching and the citizens that are here with us present this evening, I just want them to know that, you all are working on, continue working on grants to get this done, and be transparent to the citizens and let them know, hey, this is what Brownsville PUB is doing, to look towards the future. I think that's important, and I think the citizens will be more at ease saying, hey, you know what, we are looking for those federal grants and the state grants, and wherever, we can look for money is great. And I think at the end of the day, the citizens will appreciate that. Thank you. You all did a good job.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Yeah. I did want to just for, I don't know if you covered in your presentation, but the cost to treat water through SRWA is higher than the normal water we get from the river. So I think that's an important thing to explain to the public as well, so that as we rely more on SRWA, the cost to produce water is more, right? So, but it is cheaper than ocean desal, much cheaper.
Both very important points. Because we do have to push the water, and I guess I jumped in front of the CEO of PUB to explain it, who can do it better than me, so sorry. But yes, we have to take this water, we have to pump it out of the ground and then push it at very high pressures through these reverse osmosis filters. There's some chemicals involved that we use to pull out some of the metals that we were talking about earlier that are also necessary. So the cost is, I think, 2 or 3, 2.5.
So we have a blended rate of 2.5. What we cost is we are an actual cost of service utility. What does that mean? We're not a for-profit utility. We're actually what we're charging is what we cost to produce the water and our debt services. So we've been looking at numbers for a true ocean desal, and that's $10. So that's what the preliminary numbers are showing. The brackish water system is a lot cheaper on an operating basis. Why? Less salty, so less energy consumption. And we also have the infrastructure in place. By doubling the capacity of the existing plant and leveraging federal dollars or state dollars that are coming in, then we know that this is a way that we can do that. We just want to bring awareness that we are looking into expanding as the federal dollars come in or the state dollars come in, and we have a reserve. So the money that we have as part of an improvement fund is like our down payment, like your home down payment. So then that way we can leverage our local matching contribution.
Thank you, guys. Great presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to brag really quickly. Because we are a cost of service utility, we actually currently right now have some of the lowest rates, electric rates in the state of Texas. Yeah, I don't know how often we'll get to brag about that, but everything's working out well right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we have the city manager's update. Item 1 is the recognition of Mayor John Cowan Jr.'s appointment as chair of the Rio Grande Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Mayor, we're excited to be able to have Brownsville lead our important regional transportation partner, which is the RGVPO in direct relationship with TxDOT. And so I want to congratulate you. You're going to be there for 2 years term as chairman. And just for our audience, these is where they administer federal funds for transportation improvements. I know we heard a lot of audience members talk about sidewalks and transportation and the importance of those types of things. So The RGVMPO is the body that really allocates many of that money. Recently, 27 million in intelligent transportation systems for traffic synchronization. So getting our residents to their destinations the fastest way possible without too much added capacity and money, right, to be expended. So we're excited about that, Mayor, and we wanted our community to know that.
Thank you so much, Helen. And, this is a regional leadership position, so we focus on projects that have regional significance, right? And I think it shows that the Valley is coming together to work on, on shared objectives, right? And then it's a great time for the Valley, and just really proud to lead the MPO.
Next, we have the recognition of the City of Brownsville, Scenic Texas designation.
Congratulations, Mayor. They didn't even give me a chance to say it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hunter Losi. I'm the city forester. And 2 weeks ago, we were lucky to receive the we were certified as Scenic City in Texas at the silver level. We joined McAllen, Edinburgh, Farr, and South Padre Island as recognized scenic cities across Cameron and across the Rio Grande Valley. Just to give you some background information, the Scenic Texas was developed as a resource guide to serve as a tool for community leaders and planners. By highlighting best practices of the platinum and gold designated scenic cities, anyway, this prestigious designation highlights Brownsville's comprehensive urban design, landscaping, park system, and beautification policies outlined in the city's Unified Development Code and long-term parks, health, and recreational master plan. The city's programs emphasize tree preservation, public art, historic preservation, and the integration of native and drought-tolerant landscaping throughout its parks, corridors, and downtown areas. As a Silver Scenic City, we are recognized for our efforts to reduce visual pollution and enhance our natural landscape for our citizens and tourists. And so I would like to present you with the award that we received.
Over here on count of three. 1, 2, 3.
That's the photo. No problem. Let's go. Next portion, we have the consent agenda items.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Ayes have it,
Aye.
motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 1, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-023 to rezone from the agricultural AG to the residential single-family R1 for 85.92 acres in the corridor commercial CC for 6.32 acres to allow a residential single-family development and a commercial development for a common tract of land of the 92.24 acres being out of 119.96 acres of land out of a 239.92 acre tract out of the tract 40 of the Paredes partition tract of the subdivision E. The share 19 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at the Paredes line Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78566, as shown in Exhibit A, located in District 3.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This application is to upzone the property currently in agriculture zoning. They are requesting a dual zoning to accommodate their development. The majority of this development will consist of residential single family, and the portion that lies along the thoroughfare will be commercial corridor. To give you an exact amount of acreage, 85.92 acres will be for single family, and 6.32 acres will be for commercial development. This property is fronting Paredes Land Road. As state requirement, staff did go and post the required notice on site. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 5 mailouts, 0 written opposition. And as you can see from this image, the portion along the thoroughfare, which is Paredes Land Road, is the portion in red is what's going to be commercial, and the remainder will be residential single family. This is a zoning map. What predominates is agriculture, and again, the area is going to be rezoned to commercial and residential. There is extraterritorial jurisdiction to the north and to the west. And this is the
Martin, can
policy.
you tell us like where in Paredes it is? How far north?
It's very close to Los Fresnos, probably about a mile away still from Los Fresnos, but it's quite far north.
So between
in-
Palo Alto Battlefield and
Yes.
Highway 100?
Yes, that is correct. But if we split it halfway, a little bit further north than halfway,
And is it on the right-hand side or the left?
on the right-hand side.
Okay.
And so staff did recommend approval as well as P and Z to rezone from agriculture to residential, single family and commercial corridor for this corresponding acreage that was requested by the applicant. Any questions?
This has nothing to do with the zoning part of it, but that, the notice, is that a 4x8 or a 4x4? It just looks real small on the picture.
Oh, it's a 36 by 48 as required by state law.
All right, thank you.
Martin, why does the request, why is it not consistent with the existing comprehensive plan?
We do have to point out that our existing land use plan, it's obsolete now, and that's why we're gonna be getting a new comprehensive plan, and we're working on new plans. The way it's written right now, this area was supposed to be developing into something different, commercial and commercial, but right now, that's not the case. Everything in this area and surrounding is leading to commercial and residential.
Comments, questions?
Isn't it very low in that area?
Yes, it is low, but they are going to be required to raise the land. And they're gonna be using what, the volume that they're gonna be required for detention, what they're gonna dig out of, the volume of dirt that they're digging out, they're gonna use it to elevate. So it's, they're gonna resolve it that way. But yes, they would have to come out of the flood zone that they're in.
It'll be part of the requirements. I'm sorry, this is Dodo speaking. It'll be part of the requirements for their subdivision plan as well. And on average, in that area, you're seeing properties raised anywhere between 3 to 5 feet, depending on their elevation.
So somewhere around there, there's a gym I used to go to, and then there's the Arnie's Wings, but it's south of there. It's on the, but those are on the left-hand side.
Right, it's a little bit south and across.
So this is a public hearing. If there's anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 2, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-024 to rezone from the residential tradition R3 to the regional center RC to allow for a commercial development for 1.24 acres out of Block 90, El Jardín subdivision, Share 27, the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 5467 Padre Island Highway, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 2.
So this request is to zone from residential transition to regional center. We do want to point out that the regional center zoning designation was the original request by the applicant. However, there was a different recommendation provided by both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, which we will get to shortly. The proposed use is for commercial development. The property is fronting Padre Island Highway. This is the notice that's again required by state law. And this is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 6 mailouts, 0 in written opposition. And so we would like to point out or add some background to our presentation. This parcel, as you can see, or it may seem familiar, that it's used to be part of the area where Millwhite used to operate. And when the developer or the applicant approached staff to request the zoning change, they mentioned that they were looking into something related or a commercial development related to heavy industrial equipment rental. And so under the current zoning designation, which is residential transition, it's not permitted. They had to upzone to either a commercial corridor or a regional center zoning designation. To have their possibilities as, or for the zoning to open up their possibilities, they requested a regional center zoning designation. And looking at the zoning map, as you can see, what predominates in the area is residential transition, commercial corridor to the south, and yes, there is some light industrial to the northeast. So to avoid going above or to an extent spot zoning with a different zoning designation that didn't exist in the area, staff did recommend having a zoning designation of commercial corridor rather than regional center, which would ultimately still allow the use that was being proposed by the developer. This is another aerial view
And you said it was going to be what again?
for equipment rental.
Equipment rental.
Equipment rental, yes.
And it would only be for that square. And
Right, just for that square. And so the request was consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plans. Staff and P&Z recommended the disapproval to rezone from residential transition to regional center, as was presented originally by the applicant. Alternatively, staff and P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone to a corridor commercial zoning designation due to the district's closer compatibility with existing land uses and zoning districts in the immediate vicinity. So also because of the history that that property had with the operation of Millwhite, we just didn't want something, or as a zoning that would allow something too invasive and that would potentially in the future create a nuisance for those neighbors. So that's why the recommendation of leaving it at a commercial corridor designation. Any questions?
Any other questions or comments? Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Thank you, Martin. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Claudia Yarzagoitia. I'm with Claudia Commercial Real Estate. I'm representing Mr. Torres, the owner of the property. We are here to request a zoning change for the 1.2 acre lot on Padre Island Highway to allow for commercial use. The property was rezoned a few years ago from industrial to R3 as part of the citywide comprehensive zoning update. Mr. Torres did not request this change and was not involved in the process. As you know, the R3 zoning allows residential development, duplexes or apartments. However, Mr. Torres does not intend to build residential units. He seeks to make property available for ground lease for commercial purposes. The property faces Padre Island Highway, a high-traffic corridor with a mix of industrial, retail, and commercial properties. The surrounding area includes restaurants, retail, industrial, warehouses, and logistics traffic, making it a natural fit for commercial use. Based on my 20 years experience in commercial real estate, I believe the highest and best use for this property is commercial. There is a 5-acre industrial property adjacent to the lot, making residential development less practical due to the potential conflicts with industrial activities and large truck traffic. Commercial development will be compatible with the existing use, support the local economy, and optimize the property's potential. We approached the zoning department and they indicated that reverting the property to industrial may not be feasible. And just for the record, we did ask for RC, but because initially that was the recommendation when we discussed, but we were fine with CC. Anything but the R3, because we won't be able to do much with that. And so, however, approving the commercial zoning aligns well with the location and the surrounding area. So in conclusion, we respectfully request the City Commission approve commercial zoning for the 1.2 acre property. This change represents the best use for the property, is compatible with the surrounding area, and is a positive step in Brownsville's growth and economic development. And I can answer any questions that you guys have.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 3, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-022 to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the corridor commercial CC to allow for a commercial development, a restaurant and bookstore at Lot 16, Block 1, Palm Gardens, a subdivision, Section 4, Cameron County, Texas, located at 4605 Mackenzie Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2. This item was tabled from the October 21st, 2025 meeting.
Yes, so as mentioned, this item was tabled at the October 21st meeting. At that time, the commission did request additional data, including traffic data and crash data at that particular intersection, which was acquired by staff. The request to rezone is to go from residential single-family to commercial corridor, and the proposed use as stated is commercial development, specifically a restaurant/bookstore, or in this case, a coffee shop, as per the applicant. The property is fronting Mackenzie Road. This is the sign required by state law. There were this is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 20 mailouts. There were zero written opposition. However, there was verbal opposition at the previous city commission meeting and at the meetings that we have had with the neighborhood residents. So the public concerns was resulting in increasing traffic due to the proposed use, safety concerns associated with an increase in traffic, vehicular and pedestrian accidents. This is the zoning map for this property. What predominates is residential single family to the north, east, and directly to the east and southeast. There's commercial corridor to the west and to the south, and residential estate to the southwest. And this is another aerial image of the property. And as previously shown, this is a site plan that was provided by the applicant. And as previously mentioned by staff, this particular layout or proposal does not comply with UDC requirements. One, because of the non-access easement along North Central Avenue, and also because they're proposing a food truck rather than a structure. And so we would like to point out that an individual food truck is not permitted without a primary use. It's only permitted as an accessory use. And also because of the adjacency with residential single-family homes, there would have to be some sort of privacy or masonry wall erected to create that additional privacy or reduction in noise of operations. The accident data that was provided to us by our friends over at PD, the data spans for a time frame from April 16th, 2024 to October 2nd, 2025. The data pulled is for a 200-foot radius at the intersection of North Central Avenue and Mackenzie Road. The total number of accidents at that time was 14. However, last week, there was another major accident at that particular intersection, which knocked out the power grid for, I think, a whole day for the residences in that area. So instead of 14 to date, it's been 15. The accident types: hit and run 4, minor 9, and 1 under the unknown category. For this traffic study, we do have our city engineer here to provide you a little bit more explanation on what the results were, but they did set up traffic radars in every direction of both thoroughfares.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. As you can see on the map here, we set up radars at 4 locations to measure Mackenzie eastbound, Mackenzie westbound, Central northbound, and Central southbound. The results of the speed study came in at basically the only one that came in under the posted speed limit was the Mackenzie eastbound. That came in, the 85 percentile came in at 25 miles per hour. Everything else came in at above 30, the posted speed limit. So normally, when 85% of the cars go over the speed limit, the posted speed limit, we should be changing the speed limit to 35 miles per hour. In this case, as a traffic calming measure, we're proposing to keep it posted at 30 miles an hour. In addition to that, we were also proposing, well, the traffic signal itself is the ultimate traffic calming measure. And in addition to that, we're going to post those flashing speed limit signs as well. We're hoping to start the installation of those next week. And also the newly striped bike lane, we are proposing to put in bollards on those bike lanes that will actually reduce the lane widths and serve as also as a traffic calming measure as well. So that's the plan.
Carlos, what's the current speed limit on both Mackenzie and Central?
It's posted as 30.
30.
Yes, sir.
Big, thick.
No, they're the small, I don't know if you've seen them like on the, if you exit on the, or by University Boulevard, as you cross the bridge, there's a bike lane that has those white poles.
Oh, yeah.
PVC poles, yes.
But do they
They-
fence?
Yes, they're flexible. If a car accidentally, they'll bend over, yes. Yeah, actually, on the off ramps on the expressway as well, we have some of those as well.
Obviously, it's concerning people are going up to 70, above 70 miles an hour on that road.
Yes, there was one vehicle that showed it as a 70 miles, 70, I think 71 miles an hour. That was only one Yeah, the maximum speed was 71 miles an hour on Central southbound. And then also Central northbound was 70, and then Mackenzie on the westbound, there was one that was clocked at 73 miles per hour. But it was one out of, on the Mackenzie, we had a total of 30,000 vehicles. And on Central, we had over 71,000 vehicles, and on the Central southbound, we had 59,000 vehicles, so.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Sí, si alguien está aquí para hablar, pueden pasar adelante.
Ok, buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Ambriz. No sé si ya, yo soy uno del dueño del terreno que queremos cambiar, como les dije. Por más de 7 años había trabajado en una compañía, muy bien todo, pero ya no tengo trabajo y lo vi como una oportunidad de poner mi negocio y de comida, que me gusta cocinar y distribuir recursos bíblicos, que siempre hemos tratado de ayudar a la comunidad en el apoyo en la cuestión de bíblica. Creo los accidentes que ha habido ahí, obviamente menores de edad, pero realmente pues quiero pensar que exceso de velocidad, pero no sé realmente la razón por qué pasaron los accidentes, si se marearon, si tienen alguna enfermedad o no estaban en sus 5 sentidos para conducir. Necesitaría ver más información, pero yo creo que de ser así o una manera u otra, nosotros o yo, ¿qué podemos hacer? Pues lo que estoy haciendo yo. Si cuando tengo que dar un consejo sobre cuestiones bíblicas, todos sabemos que cuando metemos a la Biblia o Dios, nos ayuda, nos relaja y nos sana emocionalmente y espiritualmente y nos va transformando, muchas veces de repente y otras veces lleva un proceso. Pero nosotros estamos ahí para contribuir y ayudar a la comunidad. Y pues aquí, no sé, yo sé que no todos van a estar de acuerdo conmigo, pero como que si hay accidentes, ahí podemos ver en las imágenes que vimos que hay otras zonas que ya son asignadas comerciales y que de una manera u otra al día de mañana van a estar ahí los negocios y quizás algunas personas van a ir a esos negocios y quizás van a incrementar el flujo, ¿verdad? Pero como les digo, ahí los números que vimos, 9 eran menores de edad y pues no tenemos más información al respecto. Al menos yo no vi sobre qué es la razón, qué les pasó. Pues muy fácil pensar, la imprudencia, la falta de experiencia, ¿verdad? Pero pues hay que seguir concientizándolos de una manera. Yo sé que tienen sus escuelas para manejo, yo sé que tienen también sus cursos y todo ese tipo de cosas que muchas veces con uno como padre, yo tengo hijos también, y en su momento pues, los mandé al colegio, a la escuela a estudiar para que puedan manejar y sepan pues, lo importante que es y lo peligroso que es el no hacer las cosas como deben de ser. Yo me gustaría bastante poder tener la oportunidad de tener una nueva fuente de empleo, pero pues aquí la decisión pues la tienen ustedes. Con permiso.
Gracias.
¿Alguna pregunta que me quieran hacer, perdón? ¿No?
Gracias.
Gracias.
On that intersection, is there a stop sign or a stoplight? What kind of mechanism do we have?
It's a stoplight in every intersection. Oh,
Yes, the intersection is signalized, yes.
The signal?
For,
Okay.
yes, 4 sides.
Hello, good evening again. I live right in front of where they're proposing, oh, sorry, thank you. I live right in front of where they're proposing to put the restaurant slash bookstore, or is it a food truck?
Sorry, can you just state your name for the record? please?
Oh, my name is Julissa Ramirez. I live at 4606 Elliott Circle. And
I would just like to reiterate my point that, again, it is really dangerous. And I know he was saying how he doesn't know what was happening to them, why they crashed, but my dad speaks to all of them because he goes to check on them to make sure they're okay. And all of them are fine. They're just really bad drivers, or they just don't obey the traffic laws. And I understand I was with the meeting of the city about how to fix these issues, and I think they will help, but ultimately, it won't help as much as it should. And then with the new restaurant, it'll be an increase in traffic. With more people coming, it'll be an increase of chances of them crashing into something. And if it is a food truck like they're proposing, or any kind of business, the people getting off of the cars will put themselves in more danger because they're going to be now people walking in that area where there's a lot of accidents. And my major fear is that someone, instead of just crashing into the pole there, or instead of coming to a stop, like right in that area, they're gonna end up hitting somebody and killing them. That's my major fear. And I'd like to also point out about the accident that happened last week, where they hit the light post and it took out the light. It didn't just take out the light post fell over and into the daycare. And that daycare does have like a time where they let the children out to play, and it fell right into their play area, about 5 feet away from the truck that takes the children to and from the daycare. And if that happened at any other point or near there, because it's so bad, I'm scared again, it's gonna hit somebody. Right now, it's not too big of an issue because it's an empty lot. Even if it was a home that was there, people wouldn't always be on the sidewalk or walking to or from like they would for a business. And I guess that's all. I just wanted to reiterate my concern on that, and I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good day.
Hello, y'all. My name is Uciel Ambris. I am the son of the owner of the proposed zone change. I would like to speak on behalf of regarding the concerns on traffic accidents. I have personally seen one accident happen right in front of me. I was on Mackenzie Road and I was gonna take a left on Central, on that part of the intersection. I saw in front of me how two vehicles collided in front of each other. It was the people that crashed was, one of them was turning left towards Mackenzie, and then the other one was going south, if I'm reading the map correct. They were going south, like as if they were heading to Boca Chica. I think, in my opinion, that one of the bigger concerns we have regarding that intersection is that both sides of the light turn green. So if the Mackenzie lights turn on and if someone needs to take a left, there is no designated left turn signal. You have to yield, and not all drivers know about it. Same thing with the central one. While the central one does have a designated space for the people that are turning left, they don't have a light. So they might just see green and just try to turn, not being aware that oncoming traffic has technically the right of way. I feel like if the increase of traffic is due to that, I feel like a good thing to do is make it so that only one side at a time gets the green light, so that they can safely and more efficiently traverse without having to wait until it gets cleared. Also, regarding for the person that was going like max speed limit, I don't know, like 70 something, on I think all trajectories, but one of them, I feel like speed bumps might help, especially regarding, because I know that on the Mackenzie going eastbound, there is a lot of, I think like there's only like one speed bump that's near a residential area, and I don't know there's any else. And I know that westbound, there's also just one speed bump somewhere in there. I feel like maybe adding another one a few feet far might help people reduce speeds. Now, concerning for the ones that are on Central, I think that maybe speed bumps would also help. I know it seems redundant, but we gotta think that there's also Perkins Middle School near there. And I feel that speed bumps, even though it is a trafficked area, it will help also students that are trying to cross. Because some people, myself included, I went to Perkins during 6th grade, and I live on Timber Drive that's nearby, so I had to walk. And I had to also watch out because some of these people don't care about the speed limit. So that's just my thoughts and opinions on it. Thank you all for your time.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission?
Move to close public comment, public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I move to approve.
A motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Moving on to the board appointments, Mayor and, City Commission. So at the dais, you have the worksheet before you to help facilitate your board appointments. Also, I do want to make note that on each item, the resolution will notate the staggering of each of the members, for record keeping, as you will see it in the presentation as well. So starting with the action item number 1, it is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-084E and resolution 2025-086E to appoint or reappoint members to the Building and Standards Commission and the Board of Adjustments.
So for these two boards, which share members, there's still one vacancy available.
I'll move to appoint Luis Melendez as the last alternate.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 2.
I have a question on the previous board. So we have, on that board, we're actually appointed to 2 boards. Is there a little confusion on there? Does that count as 2 boards to anybody's appointments and they can't serve on anything else? Or how are we doing that? Because, this was a recommendation, kind of like a,
Yeah, so it is, well, first of all, under the board and commission ordinance, alternates don't count in that not being able to serve on more than 2 boards. And then for purposes of this Building and Standards and Board of Adjustment, we're treating it technically as 1 board.
as one board. Would it be easier, council, if we were to change it and just make it 1 board? Is that a possibility? Is it something that we can consider?
Right, we have because each is required by state law.
Okay.
Board of Adjustment, for example, if we could assign Building and Standards the review to Board of Adjustment, but I think it's important and better
That's all right.
to keep them separate.
Okay, thank you.
Action item number 2. Is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-113A to appoint or reappoint members to the Historic Preservation Committee, HPC.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. There's only one vacant still pending to be appointed by Commissioner Galonsky. So these are the current board members willing to be appointed if that's the will of the commissioner, and these are the current candidates.
Mr. Velez, did my appointee accept it? Because he told me he was going to consider it.
As far as I see, I think that he accepted. I don't
Okay,
have
thank
any news of rejection.
Or he attended a meeting already. And sorry to disappoint you, but I'm gonna pass it one more time because I'm consulting with my sources on who to appoint. Sorry.
Very good.
Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
So it will be tabled to the December 2nd meeting. Next item is the action item number 3. Is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-105A to appoint or reappoint members to the board, to the airport board.
Good afternoon or good evening now, Mayor and City Commissioners. The airport has 7 board members. We are missing one from the list, and we have quite a few people that submitted their name, and one of them is one of the existing board members that wants reappointment.
And I think it's mine, and I'll reappoint Mr. Villanueva.
Second. Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 4, it is a consideration and action on resolution number 2025-106A to appoint or reappoint members to the Transit Advisory Committee, TAC.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight, we are looking to appoint 3 members to the Transit Advisory Committee. We have Ms. Juliana Diaz and Cristina Villarreal, who have applied and are interested in serving. And we have 3 positions for the city commissioners to appoint.
I'd like to appoint, I'm sorry, were you ready for this?
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Good with.
I move to appoint Sandra G. Mitchell.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Who was left?
I'll appoint, reappoint Cristina Villarreal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action 5, it is a consideration and action on resolution number 2025-108A to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Border Film Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. For the Brownsville Border Film Commission, we currently have 3 vacancies and 3 soon to be expiring next month. First vacancy corresponds to an ex officio. We do not have anybody from the commission on our board. The 2 current vacancies for Commissioner at Large B in Commissioner District 1, and 2, 3, and 4 for the upcoming or soon to be expiring.
Didn't I appoint Mikkel?
Mr. Mikkel, he unfortunately declined the appointment due to new employment.
Okay.
That's what happened to mine as well. Yes. I'd like to appoint Commissioner Martinez to.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Now, council, would I put them on mine or on the ex officio?
Say ex officio.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Is everybody all right with that? Because I didn't
I'm good
really,
with that.
you all good with that? Okay. And I don't have an appointment besides that for today.
Table.
I would like to appoint Monica Rivers.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to appoint Jesus Trevino.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Have a motion carried.
We're missing Commissioner Golansky.
And Commissioner
She has expressed she's not here. She has an appointment too.
Then I thought I had seen her, Rosie Williams. She was on there and her term expired, so I'd reappoint her.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
We have Commissioner
There's
Macias?
one more for Commissioner Macias, but she stepped out.
Can we bring that back?
We can bring it back and table.
Yes, we can bring it back later in the agenda or the next meeting.
We'll bring it
Thank
back
you.
at the end of the agenda. After number 9.
And
We have Commissioner Macias again, so we'll bring it back.
yes, because I think we are pending Commissioner Cardenas.
Oh, look, she's back. So let's go back to that one first.
I would like to reappoint Carmen Nordike.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item 6, it is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-1098 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Convention and the Visitors Bureau, BCVB.
I would like to appoint Vanessa Hinojosa.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is
Thank
action
you.
item number 7. This is consideration and action on resolution number 2025-118 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Public Library Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Alma Michelle Rodriguez, representing the library. So we have a total of 4 vacancies, 2 open vacancies, and 2 seats seeking reappointment.
I'd like to
And
appoint
this is our-
Mandy L. Martinez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would like to appoint Yvonne Sosa.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to appoint Jose Ovaez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So there's 2 people who wanted to be reappointed. One got reappointed already, correct?
No.
No? I will reappoint Nora Garza.
Second.
Was she looking to be reappointed? I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's on the list.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 8. It is consideration and action on resolution number 2025-118 to appoint or reappoint members to the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee, ARCAC.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Roberto Garcia. This is just an item we bring it back. We were pending an appointee from District 2.
I would like to appoint Gilda Lire Caldwell.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action number
Thank you.
9, it is a consideration and action on resolution number 2025-063C to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Beautification Committee, BBC.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, good evening. We are pending 1 vacancy for a membership to the Brownsville Beautification for District 1.
Yes, thank you. I'll move to appoint the UTRGV Plant Native Specialist, Bianca Delgado.
Thank you so much.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
May we enter into executive session, Mayor?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
That the city commissioners will enter into executive session. The time is 7:04 PM on the following items. Item number 1 is the consideration, is a closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074 related to the city manager selection process and appointment. Executive session item number 2 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 related to the cannery projects and Sames Inc. Item number 3 is a closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 regarding solid waste services. Executive session, item number 4 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 related to the Cameron County Appraisal District. Executive session, item number 5 is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 related to the federal and state grants. We will return post-executive session. Thank you. Yeah, middle. Great for us. Mayor, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And the city commissioner is reconvened into open session. The time is 9:37 PM. Is there any open and action items to consider?
Yes, I believe we
Yes,
have
ma'am.
action on item
Awesome.
one.
Starting with action item number 1 is the consideration and action, if any, related to the Cannery Project and Sames Inc.
I'll move to proceed as discussed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those, if not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then possible action on item 2 is the consideration and action in related to the resolution number 2025-126A, electing individuals to the Cameron County Appraisal Board.
I move to elect Gustavo De Leon.
Second.
Is that the right motion?
Right.
To
Can
give our
you include
votes
the
to-
resolution
Oh, I'm sorry.
number?
So approve resolution,
Approve resolution twenty
approve
twenty-five,
resolution number 2025-126-A
electing,
to elect Gustavo De Leon.
thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
And then possible action item number 3 is the consideration and any and all action, if any, related to the appointment of a city manager.
I don't believe there's any action on this item.
Okay? And adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
We adjourn at 9:39 PM.